Good morning, traders. Good morning, trading room. How are you today? Hi, Victor. Good morning to you. Dev's guidance room, Dor, Lionel, Roger, Scott, Tara. Good afternoon. Good morning to you. I hope you are ready for Wednesday trading. Finally, the day just arrived as the first FOMC press conference and, of course, Federal Funds Rate decision in the afternoon, traders. So this is going to be an extremely interesting day for sure. So let's see what's going to happen today, and actually not just the fact what is going to happen and what kind of economic news still about the federal funds rate decision, but what this market is still doing. Because I must tell you, yesterday we have seen a quite of a nice, really nice recovery. Also, I must tell you, I am still not convinced, especially as we could see in the pre-market today that the market tried to make a bounce higher in the pre-market, but unfortunately, as you can see, it's just turned red again, 0.17 on the SPY, and I'm just checking the triple Q soon. How does it look like? Triple Q, it's still in green, thanks to the nice comeback and recovery, especially on the semicon stock starting with NVDA. But traders, anyway, today it's going to be a very much big decision day for the market direction as well, I would say. Regarding the Fed meeting and the decision, everyone is priced in and waiting a no change, like no rate cut. But actually, if it's going to be a surprise move from Powell's and the Fed side, this can definitely influence the market on the good way, I would say. And even after the fact that the ECB and Lagarde, they just made a rate cut, actually. So a rate cut just done in Europe, and they just cut the rates again with Trump threat and US divergence in focus. So this was actually the main focus and main thing in the ECB press conference as well. Indeed, Germany seems like it's still in trouble, unfortunately. Like they just lashed the growth outlook in serious diagnosis of Europe's largest economy. This is definitely not a good news. Despite of that, quite of worrying news, the US, not the US, the European market, it was just ending, or looks like it's going to end in green. The Chinese and the Asian Pacific market, indeed, it was quite strong. Only the Shanghai, it's into the red, but Nikkei, nice green to the upside, Hang Seng 0.14. So it's a quite of a good one. Crypto is not shining that much, indeed. It's even if Trump is here or not, the Bitcoin is still missing the big trigger point. I think the main reason for that as you know, the Bitcoin, it still likes to move together with the tech sector, and the tech sector definitely just got a very ugly big punch this week in the beginning with this DeepSeek news. So I think this have an influence on the market, on the crypto market, and especially on the Bitcoin. Don't get me wrong, everything is nice and green, 0.15% now on the Bitcoin. Ethereum is getting stronger again, but indeed it's still not the real big push which want, I mean, what the crypto holders and especially the Bitcoin holders wants to see. Like everyone is waiting for the big boom to the upside. Well, let's see whether today, not only with the Fed meeting, but after market close, when we will have Microsoft earnings after the market close, together with Tesla, and as far as I remember, it's going to be Meta, but I'm just going to check it rather to see the earnings calendar to be precise on that. I know even IBM is going to release the earning after market close. Yes, Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, plus ServiceNow like NOW and IBM going to release the earnings after market hours, traders. And everyone is very much curious, especially about Microsoft, because it's going to face to this problem of the DeepSeek, even especially in the guidance or the forecast for the year. So I'm very much curious what's going to happen, especially not in the number side, because I have a feeling that it's going to be the numbers, but the outlook, it's much more important, I think, in this earnings release. Hi, Clifton. Good morning to you. Nice to see you. Okay. All right, traders. Now let's see what else in the news. DJT stock is soaring now. Trump media moving into financial services, including Bitcoin. Wow. So I think DJT, it should be on our watch list today. Nasdaq set to lead US stocks higher ahead of the Fed decision. And as I've told you, big earnings are coming. And Bitcoin just rose. It's not rising anymore too much. As FT reports, Czech central bank looks set to spend billions of euros on crypto. So it seems like traders that after the US and Latin banks and lots of other banks are just participating now in the crypto world, looks like that even a big European bank is going to join the party, the crypto party here. All right, so today traders, again, all eyes on Fed first, after that Meta, Microsoft, Tesla, IBM, coming after market hours, and everyone is interested whether, let's call it like a little push from President Trump's side on the rate cut, whether it's going to mean anything in the Fed, and especially regarding the rate cut is going to happen or not. I would say not yet, but you never know. With these people, guys, you never know. So let's be ready for any scenarios, indeed. Okay, traders, let's see what else on the economic calendar for today. Already released some news on the wholesale inventories and the goods trade balance. Goods trade balance, very disappointing numbers. US trade deficit in goods is wider than it's ever been. So that's definitely not a good news for the economy. Wholesale inventories, it was quite of okay. 10:30 oil inventories coming, so please be careful. And after that, only at 2 o'clock in p.m. coming the federal funds rate decision, 2:30 FOMC press conference, which I'm sure is going to be a great tradable event on the market. All right, guys, so let's see what else in the news regarding especially the big movers. I mentioned you DJT already, that it is just joining to financial services. This media stock is just jumping like crazy, 11% higher already. And as you know, this is a very crazy big mover. So I'm sure I am going to take a step here and just move this stock on my long list. Hi, Andy. Good morning to you. I hope the sound is okay now and you can hear me. And please, thank you, Clifton. You just mentioned the TEFs packages. Traders, if you have any questions or you need any information regarding the TEFs funded account packages or challenges, please just drop me an email. I'm more than happy to call you even. So please just feel free to ask me. Has Wall Street overreacted? NVIDIA, very good, actually very good question, Andy. Maybe it's going to be, or it was just, or has been so far an overreaction or so. I've just started the preparation session with that I'm still not fully convinced that this is the final word of the market, like a nice recovery on the NVIDIA, definitely. But I must tell you, I'm still not convinced. So especially, you know, we will know more, I think, after market close, when we see Microsoft, Meta, Tesla, IBM earnings. That might is going to give a little bit more hint whether this big plunge in the beginning of the week, it was an overreaction, or might it's going to be a rollover and continues lower. I am ready for any scenarios. Also, I'm going to be very careful on that one. All right, traders. So let's see the big movers and let's just make the post here. I mean, first of all, definitely the candidates list. So I mentioned you DJT, which is definitely on my long list. And as Andy just mentioned, the NVDA, at the moment, I am bullish on that one as well. SMCI too, like 0.91% higher. On the NVDA, well, as you mentioned, again, is just overreacting again, I must tell you, but I don't know whether it's going to be a continuation or not. So let's just be careful. It's just done from red to green to minus 2.64%, which is definitely not a good news at all for the NVDA stockholders, especially. So this can again change the things on the tech sector. So I'm going to with the NVDA today. Also, as I've told you, anything still can happen, and lots of things is going to depend on the Fed press conference. First of all, of course, the decision as well, but the federal funds rate decision, and plus the FOMC press conference after that. All right, DeepSeek Search reveals NVDA's vulnerability. I'm just reading quickly the news here indeed, but I must tell you, I'm still not, definitely not convinced whether it's going to be another recovery on the NVDA or not. Okay, so Triple Q is still in green, which means that most of the green stocks are from the tech sector. For example, I'm just checking Meta, which is making a nice move, 0.45%. Google, Amazon, Meta are the strongest among the tech stocks. Even SMCI is quite strong. Netflix is higher. BA is jumping higher too. Uber, AFM, Mara, PayPal quite off, and Oracle is not the strongest for today indeed. And on the weakest, again, Apple, NVIDIA. Apple is on the red side because it's just got a nasty downgrade because of the iPhone sales. So this is not a good news for the Apple. So these I'm just going to call them to the short side. I'm going to call NVIDIA as well, but as I've told you, I'm going to be extra careful with that stock today. Hi, Martins. Good afternoon to you. So NVIDIA artificial intelligence darling bounced back about 3% after plunging 17. Shares of peer firms with large AI exposure, such as Broadcom and Oracle, also ticked up, rising more than 10%. But as I've told you, there is a pullback now in the pre-market. Boeing, more than 1% lower on the fourth quarter results, and I mean yesterday. Now indeed is just making a very nice pullback. F5 shares on the radar as well. It's a 14% on FFIV as the application security company fiscal second quarter outlook beating Wall Street expectations. So FFIV definitely on my long list. Also be careful because this can be a spready stock. Next tracker ASML in the news too. Next tracker NXT, beautiful move, a little bit too much for me, 24% higher, offering stronger than expected earnings and guidance because of just the fact that it's higher than 25 or 20%. I'm just going to move it to the secondary list. ASML, Dutch semiconductor giant, 5% higher after the fourth quarter net bookings jumped 169% from the prior quarter and surpassed analyst expectations. Now let's just take a look at this ASML. As you know, this is a Dutch, not a US stock. At the moment, extremely strong, 5.86% to the upside. This is a very pricey stock, guys, like 723 at the moment, which means it can be spready just like FFIV. So please be careful. I'm definitely going to call to the long side, but going to be quite cautious with that one. Chip equipment stocks, shares US-based chip equipment firms also jumped following ASML, like Lam Research, for example, Amat or CLEC. I'm just going to move them to the long side as well. So LRCX and AMAT definitely can be on the first list. KLAC, it's a little bit spready and lower volume, so be careful on that one. Next one on the list is LC, Lending Club Corporation, which is down a lot on weak outlook. This is definitely deserves a place on our short list. Also, LC, I'm afraid that the volume side, it's not very much satisfied. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's like almost 800K. That's a good news indeed. Also, let's be careful because the average volume of that stock is quite not high at all. So it made the average volume already in the pre-market on the news, but it's just plunging 18%. As you can see in the pre-market, it almost touched the 100 EMA or the 200, sorry, this is a 200 EMA on my daily chart. So let's just be careful around this 1290 level if it's going to go back. It has a chance because it's just got really ugly news on the LC. Baba, it's higher as the Chinese tech giant released a new version of its artificial intelligence model Qwen that it said surpasses DeepSeek. Guys, this Chinese are very serious about this AI battle. I'm just going to call it as an AI war between China and the rest of the world, especially US. So Baba can go to the long list. QRVO, Moderna in the news as well. Both of them are just lower at the moment. The QRVO 3% lower after it forecasts revenue at its largest customer to be flat to up modestly. So that's definitely not a good news. So QRVO can be on all long or a short list, and Moderna as well, as it got a very ugly downgrade from Goldman Sachs. Also, Moderna can be surprising as well. I'm going to be careful with Moderna. I mean, it just went down a lot in the recent times. It's just trying to recover. So let's see whether this Goldman downgrade it will push it lower again. T-Mobile, it's out 6% higher. Telecommunication company TMUS on a better than expected and the upbeat full year guidance, especially on the side TMUS, it's 7% higher, really big jump, not bad, but just because of the fact that this is not a US company, I mean, it's US, but it's an international one. I'm just going to move it to my secondary list. Rather, we have plenty in the first list anyway. And here is NVIDIA, and here is the reason why it's just pulling back more, chipping away at the almost 9% gain seen in the previous session. Tuesday bounce followed a 17 plunge on Monday that resulted in close to 600 billion in lost market cap, the biggest one-day loss for US company in history after Chinese startup DeepSeek cheaper open source AI model, blah, blah, blah. So this is still the reason. So NVIDIA, I think it's still going to stay under pressure and doesn't look like it's going to be an easy thing for NVIDIA to make a full U-turn and a big recovery. So let's just be careful with the NVIDIA today traders. Definitely Apple and NVIDIA are the weakest for today, and even LCO, QRVO, and mRNA on my list. All right, traders, DJT on my long list. Again, I'm just repeating myself for the newcomers that DJT is jumping because it's just planning to join to the financial world, especially crypto. So that's why it's just making a nice move to the upside. Today, 2 p.m. especially, very important date and time reason for that. Today is the Fed meeting, so federal funds rate decision going to be at 2 p.m. and after that it's going to be the at 2:30 the FOMC press conference. All right, traders, so here we are. Here is my list as well. I'm just going to wish you a beautiful green day as always. Be careful, especially around 2 p.m. if you are going to trade. The morning, I'm sure it's going to be quite volatile. As the time goes by, I'm expecting a little bit of the volume to dry up and the market to prepare, for this big decision time and especially the FOMC press conference. And don't forget that even after the market close, it's going to be really crazy because Microsoft, Meta, Tesla coming together with IBM on the earnings release. So good luck, everyone. Have a great green morning and the whole day, of course. And I'm just going to move to the guidance room and trading there with the test traders. So I'm just handing the room over to DVG and Scott. Good luck to you guys and see you tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
Traders, top of the morning to everybody, and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a beautiful Wednesday, midweek hump day, and here we go. A couple days behind us, couple days in front of us, and it's looking like a great trading day today, if I do say so. I know DVG was on fire yesterday, and I'm looking forward to trading with everybody today. Going to be a fun day of trading. Going to be a day that we've got Fed speak today, 2 p.m. We got earnings after the bell. We've had earnings before the bell. We're smack dab in the middle. Futures are down a little bit up on the NASDAQ. Trump's in the news, airlines in the news, Super Bowl in the news. I mean, a lot of stuff going on today. And again, the one thing that we can do is be focused, be steady, be diligent, get your game plan together, and get focused on a great day today. Hopefully you can see my screen this morning. Got 4 stocks up there this morning and a lot of things to the upside as we speak. Let's talk about that and more before we say good morning to everybody and get this day kicked in the rear end and ready to rock and roll. We'll start off with Asia in the overnight session. If you're up all night long, you saw the Nikkei up 398, Hong Kong Hang Seng up 27, Shanghai and China up 2 points. Europe in session right now, German DAX up 175, FTSE in UK up 28, and the CAC 40 in Paris down 33.53. Combine that with Asia, you've got 4 markets up, 2 markets down, putting pressure to the upside for the US of A. And that's what we have this morning. We've got stocks to the upside. Dow futures down just a little bit here, 66 points. S&P futures down 11, but the NASDAQ's up 28 this morning. Oil's down 46 cents this morning, 73.31 per barrel. And if you're in the gold patch this morning, well, you're up $5. And guess what, traders? As I predicted, not hard to predict, gold, 2,840 cents per troy ounce. Silver's up 38 cents, over $31 per troy ounce. Copper's up, platinum's up, palladium is up. Also, Trump media in the news today, DJT shares surging after announcing expansion into financial services, including crypto and EFTs. Frontier Airlines in the news, proposing a merger with fellow budget carrier Spirit. Hopefully, whatever happens with Spirit, hopefully it's a positive thing, because if you've flown that airline, you know the misery, and misery loves company with that airline. Super Bowl ads beckon up to $8 million a piece for Fox for the Super Bowl. Should be great to watch that. And then mortgage demand drops further even as interest rates settle down and start to not fluctuate as much. So that's interesting here that mortgage rates are down, or mortgage demand is down, even though rates have kind of stabilized there. And that's really it right now. But the key things, Trump media in the shares, Elon Musk, X pushes into financial services. So all that, I think, tied together with crypto makes a great story for crypto stocks in general as we go forward today. Okay, that's about it this morning. Let's say good morning to everybody here in the room. Great to have everybody here. Andy, good morning to you. Martin's good morning. Scott V, good morning. Charlie, good morning. DVG, good morning to you. Clifton, thank you so much for doing what you do each and every morning. Aggie has joined us too as well. Jeff, good morning to you. Victor, what do you say? Good morning, my friend. Great to have you here this morning. Yep, perfect. Yes, super day started here. All right, let's talk. Nitson, good morning to you. Let's talk some stocks this morning. I'm going to post the alert here this morning. First stock out of the gate is DJT this morning. That's going to be a long for me. Anything over 33. If we don't get a pullback, then we'll take a look at the top. Next stock that I like this morning here is the AVGO long over 210. This thing could really rocket this morning. Then where's the other one that I like this morning? Not APLD. Oh, NXT. I'll bring it over here. Hold on. There we go. I'll keep it up here. And I've got NXT over 50. We got to watch the volume on this stock, but it looks good this morning. NXT long over 50. My main play will be DJT this morning, and then FFIV. I'll post this last one here, and we'll let DVG have a crack at this morning here. See what he's thinking. Get his detailed plan for the day. And remember, traders, always come into the day with a plan. Focused. Don't be afraid to push the button. Get into the stocks, but have a plan. Have a plan for your partial or your out, and have a plan for your stop loss, so you can get stopped out and take care of business. Okay, we get started in about 3 minutes. DVG is out there ready to rock and roll today. We'll bring him in. And we might even hear from President Trump here in the room, I think, this morning one more time about the markets and about what he's doing with the DJT stock. I know he's pretty pumped up going into financials with DJT. So,
I'll do a quick sound check. Can you hear me okay, Scott?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. Did you hear Trump was going to come in today and make some comments on the market?
DJT, what a great stock it is. We're making lots of money here with DJT. It's great. What a great stock.
All right, so good morning, 44 Trading Nation. All jokes aside, a wonderful evening, afternoon, etc. We've got a lot coming at us today. So we've got a ton of earnings that we need to keep an eye on. Obviously, names like Progressive, ASML, T-Mobile, ADP, Danaher, General Dynamics reported this morning. More to come on some of those details, but we'll be keeping an eye on some of those names. But the big ones start tonight. We've got Tesla, Meta, Microsoft, IBM, Lam Research, ServiceNow, Wolfspeed, and Western Digital all reporting tonight. And then tomorrow morning, we've got UPS, MasterCard, the Dow, or Dow Jones, I should say, Southwest Airlines, Caterpillar, and Comcast, along with Mobileye, who will be reporting Thursday morning. And of course, Thursday after the close, be on the lookout for Apple, Intel, Visa, Atlassian, and Baker Hughes. That Baker Hughes kind of kicks off what will be more or less oil and gas Friday morning. Exxon and Chevron, along with Phillips 66, will be reporting. So it's ConocoPhillips, for those of you guys wondering what that is, on Friday morning before the open. So oil and gas likely to get some action here probably today, tomorrow. But keeping an eye on that on oil futures as well. But look, there's plenty out there to keep an eye on. The last piece is, if you guys recall, the big drop that we saw from Jerome Powell, 50% retracement, was at 524.45 on the Qs. Mark that on your charts. It's an important level. Notice that we got some rejection of that even in the pre-market this morning. So there's likely going to be some high frequency trading in that area, aka some supply and or demand. We'll see how that plays out this morning. Look, safe to say, with all the earnings coming out with big tech, we're going to see some volatility in those names. So we'll be keeping an eye on names like Microsoft and Meta today, obviously focusing on their 200 EMA and their 55 SMA as to whether or not that continues the strength throughout the move. So again, keep an eye on the Qs if you're focused on the tech names that are coming out. Otherwise, obviously there's a lot of green, we'll say, in the tech space right now. More broadly, as of yesterday, about a third of the market was down. So we talk about using your heat maps. Keep an eye on that kind of stuff, because we need breadth and we need depth for markets to move higher. So for me, cautiously optimistic. This is the big week, not to mention what Scott had recalled here. We do have quite a bit of news coming out today as well. So be on the lookout. Let me double check the time that
I think it's
Jerome
2 o'clock today.
2
2 o'clock for Fed.
Yep. FOMC statement and the Fed interest rate decision is at 2 p.m. If we see a Fed rate cut, let's keep an eye on names like IWM and KRE and
No
names
doubt.
like BX or BLK that'll likely benefit from that. So
We are open.
we are now open. Good luck, traders. Trade safe.
Okay, DVG, thank you so much.
Sure.
Looking forward to trading with you today. Looking forward to this. I'll tell you what, DJT over 34. I'm going to take this trade right here at 34. Traders, watch it. 34 entry, may not have time to post it. I'm going to come in at 34 instead of waiting for the pullback here. Think we could get up and going here today. We shall see, right?
Meta is going to be my first short of the day. I'm going to go in right now in just a moment. I might have missed it under the close, but keeping an eye on JPM.
34.
JPM moving higher. I'm only thinking about shorting these names to see people try to get out of the way, take profits before we have earnings.
No trade on DJT. Okay, NXT 48, NXT 48, going to take this trade here. First trade of the day, NXT long at 48.
JP Morgan, all-time highs. Here it goes.
Go, baby, go. And watch DJT and NXT. NXT target's going to be, if I get to 50, I'm going to add full share size on this trade.
Marla, I'm not sure that this is the right room for that, to be honest.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, not going to happen here.
All right, guys, I'm watching also ASML, who reported earnings. Earnings were great, blockbuster type. And want to see what's going to happen there. JPM, looking good. We have some of that. We had some runners from yesterday. So, I took some off, and now to see it move, that's good. So I don't think I'm going to add to that trade. I'll just leave it alone. Watching PA this morning, 182, guys. 182. Let's keep an eye on that. I took that for a beautiful short yesterday. I don't know if you guys remember, but short of that had runners just sitting out there. And I actually put them up to cover at 175, just kind of like walked away and came back, and we were good. So
okay, Qs with an opening red candle. Just be cautious here. Those of you that are looking at getting into a trade now, DJT is going to be 33. I'm going to go full share size right here at 33. Target going to be 34.50, and stop loss is going to be 32. Okay, so DJT, long this stock at 33. I'm full share size automatically. NXT in this stock at 48. Target's going to be over 50. Hopefully we get a chance to go full share size over 50 this morning.
long General Dynamics here in a moment. Let's go market order, small size. It's a low volume stock, and I'm going to short Microsoft if we reject 445. So let's see, General Dynamics, we're going to go long. Oops. Gosh, it's not easy to type this. 250.
Come on, 33 DJT, let's go. Yeah, we're getting that pull down from the market right now, DVG. The first red candle of the day, or first candle of the day, is red.
Yeah.
So sliding down to that 521 on the Qs.
Okay.
When we make the turn, we should be really good with DJT and NXT.
We are in Microsoft short here, 443. Goldman Sachs now pushing an all-time high as well. Or getting close. I shouldn't say all-time high, but approaching that 640 print. Here comes General Dynamics. If we get above 262, I will add a decent chunk of change to gold, or General Dynamics rather. Let's see. Also watching ASML. Kind of lower volume here, but they did have a good earnings call. So I'm curious to see what that does for overall markets. Looking at NVIDIA now. Strong pullback on NVIDIA this morning.
AVGO, big pullback. Okay, let's take a look at the action on FFIV. Look at the spread. Yeah, it's a 2-point spread, shoot. FFIV looks great on this pull down.
Ooh, okay.
If it wasn't so spready, I'd be right there right now.
All right, guys, let's hit Meta. I'm going to look at it. Let's see what it does here at 674 if we get up there.
I'll
If
put
not,
Meta up here for you. META. Up in the upper right corner. Are you thinking going long?
no, I want to see if it rejects or not. I'm seeing the Qs kind of get a little bit weak here. Not surprising. You know, if we pull back to like, I don't know, 519 and a half on the Qs. I mean, we kind of had a pretty good pump yesterday. So the question is like, how much profit do people take off the table before we go long again? The only reason I'm trying General Dynamics because frankly, like they had a really good earnings call. But if you guys remember, we shorted like LMT yesterday for multiple reasons. But the big reason was the fear of now the new administration talking about stopping budgets specifically for government projects or pausing them. So that has an impact on defense spending.
Okay, here comes a green candle on the Qs. Let's see if this takes us, if this is for real or if this is just a fake out, so to speak.
All right, Meta's either going to bounce here or collapse. Might have missed my short opportunity on Meta. If you guys remember, we shorted Meta big time yesterday. SPY now aiming lower as well. Excuse me.
Let's see if the triple Qs take out the 521. I want to get my trades out of here this morning because I know that the Fed will get real slow here prior to the Fed meeting.
Yep.
Dow's up 20 points, Nasdaq's down 87 to start the day.
All right. Looks like the SPY, we're going to give that one a go. To the downside. I'm looking for a scalp basically because I don't know if we continue the downside move or not. In fact, I'm going to pull up my little options account. There we go. Keep an eye on that.
Hey, DVG, how is my sound this morning? Any improvement from yesterday?
Yeah, definitely.
Great, thank you.
A lot better. I'm not hearing the gain in the microphone as much.
All right.
Okay, this looks good. I'll add the Microsoft under 443 if it happens. I'm not giving it too much. So 440, a lot of fours. Give it like a little less than $1.50. Goldman Sachs. Let's go for it. 642.53. No.
DJT running lower now. I'm still in the NXT trade at 48, so.
Very slow open. I'm not eager to jump into anything just yet. But
very well said. Very well said.
Yeah. I am looking at like a put option spread on the SPY in case we do get a takedown. The problem is I don't really want to pay the premiums before the Fed. and they wait till after the Fed, and then you can kind of build a strategy because that'll likely have an impact. And then, of course, big earnings. So not surprising to see things kind of slow down until we get conviction or validation on A, the numbers, B, directions of some of these big tech names. But Goldman Sachs absolutely shredding. All right, Meta. Let's go short. I'm gonna do a market fill. Let's see what I end up getting. That's not my favorite fill, but that's okay. Definitely not my favorite fill, but that's okay. It's more of a build position in the event we do see a pullback in names like Meta or Microsoft. Microsoft now under that 443 print. I want to see it break a little bit before I add. Target on Meta will be around maybe 664, something like that. Get like 5 points out of that. If Qs get over the close, it might be an opportunity to go long some names here. It's very, very slow though.
Yeah, FFIV climbing even lower now. Where does it start to become a value? I don't know, maybe around 275 FFIV. Q's digging in though. I mean, slow but digging in here. We'll see.
Amazon, I like Amazon. I've liked Amazon for like the last, I don't know, long time, but today, strong pullback. Here come the Qs. All right, guys, I'm going to put a put option spread on the SPY. I'm unfortunately going to be kind of out of the money a little bit because I don't want to pay the premiums. They're kind of expensive right now. Unless I go a couple weeks out. Maybe. All right, guys, we're going to add to Microsoft here. Still tempted to add to Meta as well. In fact, I will. I'll add a little bit here.
Wow, there goes FFIV.
I'm also keeping an eye on China markets. NVIDIA now pulling back pretty strong. Excuse me. Let's see. The nice thing is, because it's so slow, it gives you an opportunity to kind of build a call or put option spread on your as it's moving here. Super slow.
Well, I'll tell you what, I will not. I will buy some FFIV just because if it gets down to 275 or below, I'm going to buy some here. Great news, great earnings, and the stock is getting trashed this morning. So,
okay, guys, keep an eye on 519.80 area on the Qs. If we hold that, could be time to turn and burn to the upside. So. Here comes Microsoft. Very nice. Target there is 440. We may not get it. It could easily turn around and run me over, which, again, I'm not going to give it a whole lot of room to run against me. Nice trade right now in Meta for now. Again, target there is around 662.
yeah, here we go, FFIV.
664 would be great. We get, 5 points. Would be nice. JPM all-time highs. I don't know when it's going to stop, so I'm leaving those runners from yesterday to just do its thing. I don't really mind.
go.
Come on, Microsoft. Uh-oh. Meta's moving against me a little bit. Here comes Microsoft. Perfect. Again, I want a 440 print before I take a partial there. What is IonQ doing today? IonQ. Let's go long IonQ. We're in it right now. 39.74. We're long.
Triple Q's still free falling here. Yeah, I'm still in the NXT trade. Waiting for DJT.
We get above that high of day today on IonQ. It's going to break out and do, I mean, who knows? All right, all-time high, $54.74.
Those of you in both of these trades, NXT and DJT, just hold on. I mean, 32 will be my stop on DJT. Hopefully we don't need it on NXT. I don't think there's going to be a catalyst here that's going to really take us any higher or lower besides the Fed at 2 p.m.
Strong pullback now on PDD, China markets. Guys, JPM is at 269. Let it grow, let it grow. I mean, it's breaking out now, looking great. Keeping an eye here on broader markets. A lot of green, kind of flat, except for in the tech names, we're seeing a bit of red. NVIDIA now bouncing. I'm going to take a partial on Microsoft here in a moment and Meta, again, just because we're moving so slow. It's not really a big winner for me on Microsoft just yet, but
NXT looking good. Those of you that are in the NXT trade, again, watch 55.0. We're going to be adding the full share size at the break of 50. Good day to sit on your hands so far. Couple of trades working.
yeah, days like today are perfect to, in slow motion, test your discipline. Have a plan, execute the plan, and then stick to your plan. So, right now, Microsoft, it's growing, it's working. We're going to take a partial here in a moment. I want to see anything in the 440 print. We'll take some off there, 3-point move. We're getting pretty close. I'm okay with close enough. Doesn't have to be perfect, but we'll take some of the risk off there in the event that we bounce. Getting ready on Microsoft for partial. Very, very close here. 20 cents away from the 440 print. Okay. 1 cent away. Excuse me. All right, close enough for me. We'll take that. Not a huge trade. Just under 2 points on Microsoft. I just don't like where the Qs are we're trying to consolidate. I know that 519.80 level is a big, shouldn't say a big level, but it is a level. Speaking of, what's CRM doing? Huh. Big pullback on CRM. Okay, here comes Meta. Let's get, if I see anything in the 665 print again, I may just take some off. We're in there now. Keeping an eye on the level 2 here. Oh, there we go. There's a seller. Come on.
Okay, now the DJT trade looking better now. Again, target's going to be over 34. I'm going to go extra full share size over 34.
Looking for the break here on Meta. Do we get it? Keeping an eye on CRM now. 354. Does it become a level to bounce, or does it take that down? Jeez, Meta, come on. I mentioned seeing that seller. Someone bought it. Whoops. All right, guys, seeing some strength now, broadening out. Let's see. Look at VST now moving. Looks great.
Crazy.
Yeah, I saw my General Dynamics GD trade, but it's just kind of sitting still a little bit. For IonQ, I'm going to add to 39.80, so just over my entry if we get there. And if we do, I'll probably hit it for, 3x size. See if we get a big move here. Guys, CRM, right as I was talking about it, 354 was a nice level. It just popped to 355. Let's see what it does here. If it holds this level, could be interesting for a long position. If we reject here, I will short this position. Microsoft in the 440 print. I'll take a little more off here. Thank you. Now we'll let the rest run. Zero risk on this Microsoft trade. So if it collapses, great. If it doesn't, no problem. Meta's kind of right back to my entry. Coulda, shoulda, woulda on the partial at 665. I may have to dump this position just because it could be a little more irrational, I would say. Okay, here comes the IonQ, guys. We just added 3x size IonQ. We are now looking for some heavy action. I'm looking for a breakout over today's high, excuse me, so over 40.22, and I'm looking for it to move in a big way. Want to see probably 3 to 4 points on a breakout here. It should be a good breakout.
Well, I was so close, guys, and ladies, on the 275 FFIV. I did not take the trade. I am now NXT long and still DJT long. Both of these just having the patience to stick with them right now.
There goes IonQ, guys. Nice breakout. This is what we're looking for, folks. Now let's see it go bananas. Looking at this consolidation in General Dynamics now, too. We should get a push. Watching CRM now as well. Very tempted to short this. I mean, I think if we pop above 355, it moves. But if it keeps rejecting that level, I could potentially short this thing. Guys, anybody take the IonQ? No, I'm still in the meta trade. Whoever was asking. Kevin. I think the next time I do see 665, though, definitely going to trim out of that. Because it's in and around my entry. I mean, I got to give it some room to play out, but, rule number one is pay yourself first. I wanted to see a break under 665. I saw a big seller stack up, and apparently someone bought that seller's shares instead of allowing him to dump. So I'll put a hard stop on it, 671. Meta. Paul, you did? Cool. Cute. Rick? Cue the disclaimer right on. Oh, you guys crack me up. Guys, look at JPM now. Just printing all-time highs. Love it. I mean, what do you guys think? Do we add to this position? They're runners from yesterday. It is a winning trade. I don't mind adding to this trade. In fact, I think I may add to this trade, but what do you guys think?
Okay, traders, I'm going to go long FFIV here. And it's going to be a long at 290 break.
A little concerned about this IonQ trade just because we should have kept going. You guys saw that big spike over 40.34. Now we sold off a point for a $39 stock. That's not the move I wanted to see. I wanted to see a really strong push. Guys, CRM, let's do it. That's a really nice move to the downside. 353, kind of wish I got it at 355, but let's do it. 353 short. Okay, we're in. CRM. Takes me a while to type this. 353. I'd love to see a push down to like 344 on CRM. I don't know if that's going to happen today, but only trouble is like, this will be a really tight stop for me on CRM as well, slow mover. But if you look at yesterday's kind of tops, this could become support, which is right around this level. So wouldn't be surprised if we find some support here and push higher on CRM. And if we do, I'm going to get out of the way. I may go long. Meta looks like I'm going to probably get taken out here. I also like IBKR right now, Interactive Brokers. 1 penny away on Meta. There it is. Now we're out. Meta, failed trade, losing trade. It's okay. We had a nice trade on Microsoft this morning. General Dynamics, still waiting for a breakout there. And then CRM, let's see if we get a decent move here to the downside. Let's hit it for a little more. There we go.
Okay, remember the game plan now on DJT. That's going to be a full share size add at 34. Extra full share size add at 34.
IBKR, guys, looks great. Let's build a little position here. I mean, we should start to move. And I'm using that in line with JP Morgan. I'm going to add to my JPM position. I just don't want to move my dollar cost too high.
DVG, just watch the cues this morning again. I think we're going to, if we get back up to yesterday's close, we could see a nice upside pop here with a lot of these.
Yeah. IonQ, a little disappointing on this move.
I should say if we get to that level.
IBKR, guys, looks great. I'm going to wait for a little bit of a pullback, and whatever it pulls back to, I'll go long. IonQ, I may dump this position. I don't like this move at all. Adding to CRM yet again. I want to see a break now under 351. I may even have a second chance here on Meta. Still hanging on to IonQ. Here comes Microsoft. Looks nice. If I take Meta again, I'm going to have to hit it for a big size, and I run the risk of if it moves against. Look at financials, guys. IBKR, let's go. Let's get in there. Cue the disclaimer, obviously. What a pain to type in this thing, guys. Okay, here comes IBKR. That's actually a pretty, I did a half share size move on IBKR. Let's see if we can get big breakout move there. IonQ, very disappointing. Very disappointing, y'all. That setup right there where you see a big pop, a pullback, consolidation, and then you see that consolidation, 50% of that big spike this morning, and it took off. Like, that's what we were waiting for. The difference is, like, there was no follow-through.
Yeah.
So it's a little concerning. Little concerning.
Well, very slow day to start things off today. That is for sure.
Yeah.
Jerome Powell, very bad. We call it big bad, actually. It's horrible what he's doing to this economy.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Jim, yeah, exactly. It is dangerous. Meta is dangerous this morning because it's so it's not even that it's spready, it's just that Meta in general is it can move a few points pretty quickly. But now that it's such an expensive stock, it reminds me of Netflix. Netflix was the same way for a long time when it got up to like that $900 range, where one day it'd be $900 and the next day it would be $880. And this, so even watching this right now, it feels like a lot more retail involvement than institutions. Where do you see institutions? Look at J.P. Morgan and look at Goldman Sachs. Like, this rotation is a good thing for health of the markets. That's why I'm in this IBKR position and JPM. I just added, but I don't know. Maybe we see some profit taking the tech names, and then they come in and buy, I don't know, Meta down at like 660 and push it higher. I don't know. All right, IonQ, a little disappointing. Not gonna lie. CRM, here we go. Let's do full share size on CRM. I want to see it break. I'll keep my stop loss pretty tight on it. IonQ, guys, what do you think? Hit it for even more? 39.80. Oof.
Traders, watch out for the NXT trade again. NXT full share size at 50.
All right, CRM, we're full size now. Short. Let's go. There we go. That's what I want to see. JPM now over 270. GS now pushing all-time highs at 646.52. IonQ, let's go, baby. I need you
295 target FFIV. 295 target FFIV.
Excuse me. Mark's looking at IWM. I'll take an eye on that. That's again, yeah. So I think there's some optimism around a rate cut. So in fact, you guys, let's get into let's look at what EMPH is doing and FSLR. Yeah, look at FSLR taking off too. I think there's a lot of optimism around these rate cuts coming up this afternoon. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually got a rate hike. I'll probably get some hate on that, but I don't know. Guys, IonQ better do it right now. Otherwise, I'm going to move these funds to do something else with. I'm actually going to look at options on ENPH. Let's look out to February, maybe. I don't mind buying it down here. Let's see. In fact, we'll do this for a longer term play on my options. It's at $63 now. Those are kind of expensive. I don't like that. suppose that's the other thing too. Having a smaller account makes you do really focus on. You can't just throw another couple hundred shares at something, you know.
So true.
Let's see. Okay.
Okay, NXT firing now. Let's see if it takes out 50. Be patient with the trade. Not doing much with the markets, really. Just kind of came down. We're just sitting here.
You know what? Here's a risky one. $65 call options that expire on Friday. I want to do something that maybe has a little more bite to it long term. Problem is like looking at February 21st. There's a little too much premium in there. So I'd have to do a spread just to make sure I collect premium. Huh. All right, $65 call options, Friday expiration are 56 cents. So this will be my hedge in the event we do cut rates. So we do cut rates. We'll see it in ENPH, probably in IWM. IWM probably a little bit of a safer play, given that this new administration is not a big fan of solar. Guys, Goldman Sachs.
Drill, baby, drill.
Yeah, Goldman Sachs and JPM, all-time highs, nonstop. Where's the top? Who knows? Who knows? Look at them go. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's, to me, that's a sign of, remember we talked about for the last 2 days. I'm not going to say you heard it first here in the 44 trading room, but been bullish. Goldman Sachs, JPM, IBKR for the last 2-3 days. It's deal-making season for financial stocks. Here comes IBKR, guys. Let's hit it for a little more. I want to see it break out in IBKR. Target there probably be around 212 if we can get it. That whole sector is just getting some love this morning for sure. Keep an eye on the SPY now, moving higher. Q's getting a little strength here. Could be time to start looking for some long positions. What's NVIDIA doing?
Not a whole lot.
Yeah, it's sleeping, huh?
Yep. Let's see. We got a little bounce in the Qs. Let's see if this, like DVG says, let's see if we can continue here.
Excuse me. I hope I'm not getting sick, man.
Yeah, it's the last thing you need.
Just being at a wedding around a bunch of people. I mean, I think there was like 180 people, maybe 200 people there. All right, guys. Last chance on IonQ. If we don't see it, I will trim because I took a really chunky position on this thing because it's a cheaper stock. So good news is IBKR working. Microsoft, CRM, VSC, CEG, Mark, nice, good trade. Yeah, that's been getting some love too. We took that trade yesterday, so I'd love to see that follow through today on VST. CEG is going to have a problem with 290. 290, it's a big it's a supply demand zone. So if we get there and hold it, great. But there's a lot of money that got shook out of that. If you guys remember, we shorted that a couple days ago when there was that big shakeup. And we took it for an unbelievable trade. Sorry, give me 1 second, guys. I'm getting a call here.
Again, FFIV looking good. We're in 3 stocks now: FFIV, DJT, and NXT. I want to take some profits on maybe 1 or 2 of these before we get to the Fed meeting today at 2 p.m. Yeah, I'm watching that 50 mark. Yep. Watch the Qs now. Here, I'll pull the Qs chart over here. And if you're looking at the chart here, and we just have a little bit to go to get past that yesterday's closing mark here, which is that red dotted line. And then right back down. Wow. Okay. Okay, again, watching the movement now on 3 stocks. 295 target FFIV, 295 target FFIV. Yeah, I'd love to see this 3350 get taken out here again. 3350 would be fantastic. But with volume.
All right, guys. Check it.
Yeah, FFIV kind of plateaued here as well. You know, as soon as I take the money off on NXT, I know it's going to hit that 50. So we're just not getting the market to help us right now, really, which stinks. NASDAQ down 110, Dow up 40. We are so close on FFIV. Going to be a great trade here, traders. Hopefully you're with me on this trade, FFIV. Yeah, I mean, everything's just kind of bunched up here. Okay, on FFIV traders, I'm close enough. Okay, again, like we say before, hand grenades here on FFIV. So I'm going to take some off here coming up the ladder at the 194. See if we get to 194.98 or so, 99. Maybe we'll get to 19 or 295 right now. Let's just wait and see here. Getting close. Again, no help from the market. Absolutely no help from the market here. Watch us move over that 295. If you're not into the trade, you could definitely take it over the 295 break.
All right.
You back DVG?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No problem.
So came back. IBKR. I think I'm gonna dump that. Didn't realize it would move that far back. I'll keep an eye on it. And then IonQ, we're finally over $40, so that looks great. See if we can get a stronger push. CRM moved again slightly. I don't really mind, but I won't give it too much more. I actually have CEG up 290. Look at we got right to, what did we get there? 294 maybe the high. Let's see. Yeah, right. 294.10. That 290 level though, it's going to be a key area. Let's see what it does around there. Meta looking good again. Yeah, it actually looks kind of bullish right now, to be honest. Okay, Moderna. RFK is talking about vaccinations. Maybe we can get a move in some of these names. Let's actually pull up Lilly, maybe. Wow, Lilly. What's going on with this IonQ name? What a mess. What a joke. Maybe this is the trouble I have with these less expensive stocks. Like that move over 40, that should have been where I'd take my money. Like I want points, and instead I'm getting like 10 cents. BA's, yeah. BA coming down in distress call on flight. Are you saying that's news, or you're saying just because it's done nothing but sell off today? Again, that 182 level, big level. Oh, it's real news? Wow. Okay. I don't see any. I just saw someone upgrading a price target, but
Those of you that have taken the partial on FFIV, congratulations. That's a 4-point move for the opening trade of the day on FFIV. And now we just kind of sit back and wait to see if NXT and or DJT come alive here. And my thought is, like I said, pre-market, days like today are really, really slow, really, really tough. So just be humble, stay swift, watch the markets.
I'm out Ion Q, guys. Gross. Gross. RFK is talking right now. Obviously, he's kind of going to be leading the charge on health-related matters. Steve, you're saying DP992 from Dubai to Moscow. Wow, okay. Geez, everybody's okay on that flight. That's never fun to hear. But all right, guys, SPY, I'm going to load up put options right now. I'd like to see this break under 603. I'm actually going to add to my short on CRM right now. I'm going to trim up on my JPM position and then probably dump Interactive Brokers. I'm still bullish on that move. I just don't like my entry very much. So let's load up. Let's get these put options going. I want to see a 1% pullback. Let's go. I'm actually going to grab Friday put options on the SPY. 603 strike. I like Moderna here. Maybe I can offset what happened with the disaster that is IonQ. I don't know what happened just then. Massive amount of selling. We had that beautiful setup, pushed higher. I didn't take a partial. I know rule number one is pay yourself first, but I didn't think like I'd get excited over like 30 cents, you know? All right, Moderna, let's go for it. 4460, we are in. We are in Moderna. 4460 long. And Meta, as we just added. So I got a decent size position here in CRM. That's the thing about Boeing. It's like it has the worst headlines. Like they need to get someone in PR that like doesn't allow these headlines.
Smooth things over a little bit, right?
Yeah. I mean, they literally had their earnings. People were getting a little optimistic. Went up to key levels, 182, 184. There's a ton of money there and up at 190. And then you get a, distress call. Like, are you kidding me? Jay, no, I'm looking, I want to see at 3, like low a day, basically, on CRM. It's just the problem is everything's so slow. So you just have to be a little bit more patient on days like today. Be mindful of stop losses, but like it's, with IonQ, I mean, again, I had no idea that 30, 40 cents is like a big deal, but it's all relative to the stock, right? I mean, I don't usually trade $39 stocks personally, but lesson learned. That's going in my journal for sure. Because the rules still are the same. Pay yourself first, right? I just I didn't realize that 30 cents is something I should really be excited about. Thoughts on algo trading with AI? Marla, that's a good question.
Don't be a brokey. I love it.
BA plane safely lands in Russia. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate providing those news updates on BA. So you asked about any thoughts on trading with algos, like AI algos. Here's the trouble I have with that. You know, realistically, you can build your own algorithms. Like I've built a few using PineScript in TradingView, and I prefer to do that because then I can blame myself if it doesn't work, if that makes sense. Whereas some of these, you know, apps or whatever, I mean, I don't know. I think there's going to be an opportunity for it. Like, you got to understand, like, these big hedge fund, you know, big firms, they use algos all the time, but it's all proprietary, right? So similarly, if it goes haywire, goes bonkers, makes a bad trade, they could blame their own tech. Whereas if you use someone else's app, I don't know. How do you know it's just not magically algo funding someone else's account? Like, I don't know. I just get kind of weird about stuff like that. I do think it's part of the future, though. So it might become a supplemental method of trading. So, you know, maybe grab 5-10 grand, put it aside, and see what happens, you know. But I just I'm not really there yet. I prefer to kind of trade on my own. Here comes Moderna. Over the close, I'm gonna hit it.
Look at FFIV. Traders, another 100 shares off, 100 shares to go. FFIV. Probably going to take NXT off. We'll see here. I'll let you know.
Barely hanging on to IBKR right now. And I'll probably dump the rest of my Microsoft position. Looking more broadly, it looks like tech's trying to get a little bit of a lift. So if we get over that VWAP, I'll probably dump it. So still be a profitable trade. We took partials on the way down. CRM should crack any moment. Again, if you look left, the only trouble there is you look at the highs of yesterday. If that becomes support, which we're kind of seeing right now, there's a really good chance that we move higher. Obviously, we need the Qs and the SPY to move higher there. So if we don't break down, I'm just going to dump that position. And then, if anything, maybe go long CRM. But still want to see, you know, maybe a break into the 340s would be awesome. Okay, here's those put options on the SPY. Let's do 360, 357, 355. Okay. Okay, come on, CRM. I really want to see a break under 350. So like a 349, 348, 347, something like that would be great on CRM. Let's see. Yeah, Marla, I hear you. Actually, I know a couple guys that do that with like crypto stuff. You know, and it works for them, but I don't know. I kind of like the pause a little bit. Like they're actually talking about maybe making stock markets similar to futures and or more importantly, crypto markets where it's open 24/7. The casino never closes.
Yeah, the addiction continues.
Right. I don't know. I don't know if I love that idea. I kind of like the break, because it allows you to consume data globally and figure out like what you want to do. Now, obviously, I'm not really. I'm trying to get better at the swing trades. In fact, on Friday when I was at the wedding, I bought only 10 contracts on the Qs. So it was a 5:30 strike, put options that expired on Monday. I bought them, left them alone, basically for most of the day. And then right before market close, took a look at it and I was up, I don't know, $1,200, $1,300 or something like that. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, nice. Now I've got a wedding to go to, So I ended up just closing it out, not realizing, how much in favor it was moving. I just saw, frankly, the P&L. And we woke up Monday and the Qs were down to 502. I think, what did we open at? 509 or something like that? So those options would have been worth $20,000.
Nice.
Oh, well. I just realized I'm not even sharing my screen. Sorry about that, y'all. Meta's at this 50-50 inflection point right now. I'm on the fence of what to do. I'm not going to take any big position. This is just, it's too slow. Maybe after 2 o'clock. I think, Scott, maybe, are you going to be here at 2?
I'm going to try to be here at 2. I don't know. I've got to leave here about 11:15. Hopefully I'll get back, but my day has just been made on the FFIV trade here, now approaching 300. And this is where I'm coming out of all shares FFIV, and I'm taking out the NXT trade right here. All shares NXT gone. So I'm going to lighten the load is what my theory is here. And then what I'll do is when I go into the day today for later on, all I'm going to have is the DJT trade, which is the Donald J. Trump trade, and we'll see if that gets a pop on any type of things that are happening with the Fed. The Fed, in my opinion, I don't think is going to be, we could sit here and say, hey, let's wait for the Fed, but I think they have like 100% chance that the Fed is going to do nothing. So I hate to be a bad egg on a day like today, but I mean, I don't know why would we move any different, right?
Yeah, I think the big thing today is going to be the earnings we have after hours for sure. I think that's going to have a more immediate impact. I think to your point, some of the ancillary names in the IWM, heck, names like Snowflake, basically a lot of the smaller tech companies that would benefit from rate cuts, I think we'll see some movement there. So names like Snowflake, maybe even a MongoDB. I don't know for sure. I'd have to look at them right now, but they're going to have to borrow money. And then names like ENPH, First Solar, as I mentioned before, those are kind of names I think that would benefit from it. And heck, even the big thing like BX or BLK even, right? Like they have massive portfolios in real estate and those rates matter big time. So I think those rate cuts could have a benefit there. But guys, we have Tesla, Meta, Microsoft all coming out tonight. I mean that's like 20% of the Qs maybe. Another 10% of that will be tomorrow with Apple. So in the next 2 days we have let's call it 30% of the Q's reporting. So Scott, Marla says you're a good egg, Scott. Don't worry.
Yeah, well, I try anyway. Right.
I still think I'm going to get my move on CRM. The trouble is, seeing retail traders step up here a little bit. Volume, very light. And usually what we see during a Fed meeting is we see a little bit of a run up, a little pump, and then either a dump or a continuation right before decisions like this. So maybe around 1 o'clock, I'm going to keep an eye on markets, but I don't think I'm eager to jump into another position just yet. I've got some runners left on Microsoft. We paid ourselves. I've got a position on CRM. We've got our runners on JPM that I took a partial up here at the 270 print. Still have the IBKR position that's, kind of doing nothing. And I really do want to short Meta, but I don't know. I made my money yesterday on Meta. And then we got stopped out today. So I may hold off on that. And I've got a position in Moderna, small size. And then we had a losing trade, unfortunately, on IonQ. So overall, like for me, I eked a green day, but not by much. We've got some positions moving against us right now. NVIDIA, though, collapsing could be an interesting short. And then I do have my put options on the SPY. But that's, more so it's a Friday expiration. So I'm kind of waiting to see what happens collectively. So I'll hold on to those for a bit. And total risk on that would be like 4, 5. Yeah. It's about close to $5,800. So if the SPY does decide to collapse, if I make 100% of my money on that, which some people YOLO those kind of things, but if I see 100% return on those put options, I will cash that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You're going for it, Steve? Good luck, man. I know it looks appetizing for sure. The trouble is, like what I saw even earlier, I saw a big seller rock up and buyers went up and grabbed the shares instead of the seller moving into the bid. They moved up towards the ask, which, Hey, the good news, I was just talking about the SPY put options. Boom, up 30 cents on that. Let's go. So I'm going to turn it in probably today in about 15 minutes or so, and then I'll probably come back at 2 o'clock, like just before 2 o'clock, so maybe like 1:45.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking here. I mean, nothing else going on here. I've leaned the 3 trades into just one right now,
Yeah.
and I'm going to sit back and wait. So no real reason to hang out here. We'll just try to get back here at 2 o'clock and get this thing started. So I'll give you guys about let's see, maybe up till 11 here. We'll see if there's anything that happens. Otherwise, it's going to be a 3-hour deal until 2 o'clock.
Yeah. I guess question for our awesome community. How many of you, you know, there's a poll feature on here. I wonder if I can try using that for the first time.
There you go.
Let's see if we can, let's see, I'll try this, guys. We get to use our cool new stuff. Why not? Would you come back at 2 p.m.? Question mark. Yes or at choice? No. Anonymous poll. Let's do that. Would you come back at 2 p.m.? Let me see if this works, guys. Let's see. Are you sure you want to send this poll? Okay. Do you guys see that?
Yeah, there's only, it just said you can't, let me see, choose. Oh, close. You can't really choose, right? Yeah, yes only option, right?
Oh, is that all it is?
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. I suppose just kind of get. I think I had to click on the other add response choice. Reason I ask is, you know, if we're taking the time to come back and hang out in the room, like if we get people that are here, like it makes sense, right? Same option I gave my wife 26 years ago. Well, it was just yes. That's good, Rick. You have one option, yes.
Would you like married? Yes or yes.
Right on. So it looks like about 12 of you guys would be, or 12 of you folks would be willing to come back at 2 o'clock. 13, 14. Appreciate y'all participating. It's good though. Are you sure you want to end the poll? Yes. Okay. Well, that's good to know. CRM, I don't like this move. I may dump it. We'll see. Everything's just in slow motion. Like, look at NVIDIA even. Like, just nothing but selling all day. Q's getting a bounce here off. I mentioned that level 519.80. So we're seeing it kind of cut around that area and then getting some strength, which tells me the Qs don't really want to move lower. They totally can, but there's some support down there, which tells me maybe we get long a couple positions here. Like maybe an NVIDIA or an AMD possibly. Let me see what AMD looks like. AMD at 116 bucks. I mean, I kind of like that. Let's do it. 116.80. And I'm going to leave this into Jerome Powell. I'll probably dump CRM here. So AMD long. This could turn into like a small red day for me, but whatever. You can't win them all, Scott. You can't win them all.
So true.
Good, Nitson. Appreciate that. Yeah, I liked Baba. This actually kind of hurts to see, but I like Baba down when it was like chopping around that like $77 area for a really long time. Like it's gotta move up at some point. And I've been kind of bullish on China actually ever since Japan increased their rate. So that was what, Friday last week. And if you keep an eye on, we talked about Forex, the dollar pairings and stuff like that no one seems to be talking about. I think that's going to become more and more important. Appreciate pointing that out, though. Are you in the Baba trade or no? Now that it's over $100, this thing could really start to rip. You guys got to remember, this thing used to be like I think it was like $300, was it? Let's see, $308 at one point. Nice. Okay. Starbucks looks kind of interesting. Wow. This, I don't know if anybody's watching this confirmation hearing with RFK. They're like screaming at each other in there. It's kind of weird. All right, I'm going to put a hard stop on CRM. I don't like this move higher. Obviously, I'll let it play out, but 355.61 will be my stop. Moderna's doing nothing. And then AMD, if we get a move over 117.12, I'm going to add another half. So we still have the IBKR position. I think I'm gonna head out though. I'll be back at 2 o'clock or just before then, maybe like 1:45 or so. Scott, are you gonna be here or are you skipping that?
Yeah, I think I will be here. I'm going to try to get here. I'll let you know if I can't, but looking forward to hopefully getting this market back in gear here. We're only down, 100 points. Dow's up, so we got a split market working here.
Yeah, and this is a recipe to lose money.
Yep.
So this is kind of a good time to, I've got a couple positions out there. I'm not going too wild on sizing. Even on some of the positions I do have with, like CRM, I don't like that trade right now. It's losing me some money, but fundamentally, like days like today, it's a game of patience, and I'll keep an eye on stuff, but at the end of the day, I'm not going to force a trade for the sake of forcing it. Anyways, we'll see you guys at let's call it 1:45-ish.
Yep. Take care.
We'll see you soon. Cheers. God bless.
Okay, traders, again, just in the DJT trade today, and we're right at stop loss here at 32. I'm going to wait for a little while. I think we do bounce, and we'll have to see what this market has in store for us here going forward. Love to see this thing rip to the upside. I really, really would. Yeah, I'm going to stick it out just a couple more minutes here, and then I'm going to take off and then kind of roll from there. Not in Logi, L-O-G-I. Okay, traders, that's going to end it for me. I'm going to take off here, hopefully be back at the 2 o'clock range. If I'm a little bit late, then shame on me, but at least I will be back in the saddle here. Hopefully we get some good news in the marketplace. A lot of these stocks start to take off. I am going to hold DJT into that situation here. Hopefully DJT heads back up to that 33.50 or beyond here to close out today. So I'll check back a little bit later today. Everybody have a great rest of your morning. God bless you all. Godspeed. We'll see you back in a little bit.
All right. Good afternoon, 44 Trading Nation. How's everybody doing? 2 minutes before our friends at the Fed speak here. Some interesting news kind of going back and forth currently at the Capitol or the White House. It's kind of bizarre. Just a lot of fighting, we'll say. Can you guys hear me okay? Anybody? Hello? Can you guys hear me? All right, cool. All right, thanks, y'all. Vikas, Alexander, Steve, appreciate that. Well, 2 minutes, 30 seconds before we get to hear about this rate decision. Let's keep close eye on markets here as we approach the decision here. Still have my put options on the SPY. We trimmed up a little bit while I was on break having lunch. Nice little dip there. So let's see what comes of this. Let me just check real quick if you guys can see my screen. Let me see. Can you guys see that? Initial move is down. Unchanged. Interest rates are unchanged, which means higher for longer, guys. We are going to add to our put options here on the SPY. Let it grow, baby. Let it grow. Let's see. I'm going to move that there. I'm going to short Meta right now at 672.74. We are in 672.74. That's to the downside. I know we're coming into earnings, but let's see if we can get some selling big time here. We are going to add put options across the board on, let's just see this. Conditions having eased, okay. Risk to achieving employment and inflation goals are roughly in balance. Economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. And okay, overall, guys, this is higher for longer. So that's not a great thing. So if we look at, I'm going to look at IWM actually. Okay, IWM, I'm going to short the heck out of this. Let's do it. 225.80. 225.80 here in a moment. Let's wait for this bounce. 225.80. Might even be able to get a better entry. We'll see. IWM short. I like the bounce. Okay, 226. That's good. Maybe I'll get a better entry. Guys, we're seeing a bounce now in markets. All right, 226. There we go. Perfect. We are in IWM. I'm going to load it right now. Big ad. So unemployment rate is stabilized at low level. Labor market conditions remain solid, replacing reference in previous statement to conditions having eased. Risk to achieving employment and inflation goals are roughly in balance. Economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. Fed is attentive to risks to both sides of its dual mandate balance sheet runoff to continue at previous pace. Vote in favor policy was unanimous, aka no rate hike, no rate cut. So IWM, let's look at ENPH too. Probably going to fall off a cliff, which already has. That's fine. IWM, guys, we're going to load right under this candle. So 225.65. Here it comes. Here it comes. Do not bounce. Break. Don't do it. Don't you do it. FYI, morning alert on the phone was a delay now on time. Well, look, because so that's the other thing too, is it actually, it's, I try to post as much as I can or whatever. But candidly, it takes a little bit longer. So like, you know, I know it seems silly, but that little like greater than or equal than sign is takes a while to punch that in. So sometimes there is a little bit of a delay there. Guys, banks are pulling back big time. Big time. Like look at JPM, look at Goldman Sachs. So I'm gonna load up Meta here. We just added to IWM. I'm going full leverage, not full leverage, but big size IWM short. Meta, I'm going to nail it here in a minute underneath the 200. You guys see it right there, that yellow line. Right when we get underneath that, I'm going to nail it. I'm going to be looking for a drop below 670. Excuse me. And then here come my SPY options. Guys, we are up massive on these SPY options now. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. There's Meta. Let's go. Let's go, Meta. 670. 670 print. Let's look at coin now as well. That's probably going to tank. Yep. Let's do it right here at 280 psychological level. That's why you keep powder dry on days like this, y'all, for this moment in time. So let's see coin. I'm going to keep an eye on it. I won't short it just yet, but it's my next candidate. Let's see if we get a bounce maybe up here to this 281. May not happen. 280.20. There it is. We are in 280.20 right now on coin. Coin 280.20. So there's Vikas right there. Perfect example. Okay, no, not that way. I could see on screen, but phone was coming. Oh, okay, got it. Good. Thank you. Thanks for that. I'll send Clifton a note. Appreciate the heads up. All right, guys, I'm waiting for the break under 600 on SPY. We did it for a slight second there, but I wasn't able to pull anything off of my put options here for the SPY. I'm waiting for the break. And then how far to look at IWM, guys. IWM, we're nailing this thing. Instead of taking a partial, guys, I'm going to add if we get underneath 225. Let's call it 225.20. I'll double up. There's the bounce on coin. Perfect. That's what I want to see. And now I want to see it fail. Good. That looks good. 281. I'm going to put it short in at 281. Let's see if we can get it. No. Don't tell me I missed it. All right, guys. Doubling my size on IWM short. Let's see this thing fall off a cliff. Right here. It's running into support. This 225.15 area. If we break that, I'm looking for the anchored VWAP, which is right down here from the highs. 223.90. That'll be my target. Let's see. Now here comes the games. So be careful. Be careful. Meta specifically, because we're coming into earnings. Maybe they just purposely try to run people over. Let's see, coin. Golly, 281 would have been great. All right, let's do it. I'm going to put it out at 281. Coin. Let's see. Let's see if we get a break here. Come on. Inflation remains somewhat elevated. Economic outlook is uncertain. Fed statement does not include language that inflation has made progress towards 2% objective as it had in its December statement. So basically, no bueno. So let's get the break now, guys. Big flush down the toilet. Come on. Here comes Meta. Let's go. Again, my target is going to be below the 670 print. Here comes coin. Yay. All right, we're gonna add the coin here in a moment. And then IWM, again, this 225.15 area. I want to see that snap. Fingers crossed. Let panic set in. I'm going to take some of the options off on the SPY if we break. My target was like 596, and I have those until Friday anyway. So I don't mind holding them a bit, but I do want to take some profit because those pay big time. I'm pretty sure. Here comes coin finally. Come on. There it is. Coin, baby. Let's go. Here comes the IWM. Right here at that 225.15. There's the break. Guys, let's get paid. Target 223.90. Get another 1.5 or so. Coin, I'm going to wait. That's the break I was waiting for. We knew that there's some, psychological level here, 280. We probably should definitely break this 278, 279 area, which then puts us at 278 and then 275. So 275 is going to be my first partial target. Keeping an eye on Tesla now as well. Strong breakdown. What's Microsoft doing? I'm going to dump the Meta position probably just because it's coming into earnings, and I really am enjoying these other positions. So I may just, let me get to a point where I make a little bit of money here on Meta. Guys, look at coin. 275 target. 275 target. Let's go. Anybody take these trades? Come on. Yeah, baby. Let's go. Get paid. Get paid. Where's that? I need that tip button, y'all. Come on now. Look at this, guys. Here comes the SPY now, under 600. Let's see it really start to drain. 596 target on the SPY. Guys, coin, look at this. Look at this. Let's go. Come on, baby. All right, IWM, I'm going to take a partial here in just a moment. Perfect trade right here. Perfect trade. IWM. You guys can see my screen, right? Charlie, awesome. Again, 275 target on coin. Horseshoes and hand grenades, we're getting close. I don't want to see a bounce here, so I'm going to take a partial. There we go. Took a little bit off of coin. We still have some size. We do the same thing on IWM. There we go. I'm going to dump the Meta position just because I think maybe people get excited because it's coming into earnings. So I'm going to dump Meta. Meta is out. No more position on Meta. Guys, watch this 385.42 level on Tesla. I may actually take it right there at that level. Do you see this? That was a level I marked like a while ago, and look how it touched it perfectly. Isn't that something? Love when stuff like that happens. If we break that, we should just completely flush on Tesla. But keep in mind, Tesla does report tonight. So I may take like an NVIDIA trade over Meta or Microsoft or Tesla. Wow, NVIDIA's just circling the drain now, down at 120 again. Okay, come on, SPY. Let's get a real break now. Excuse me. Need to fix the tip button. Right on its on. Yeah, cool. Appreciate that. Need to fix the tip button. Yeah, we don't. It's coming. I'll say that. And I get it. You know, the idea behind the tips would be like, frankly, so we could like give back. So it's like, you know, handing out T-shirts and stuff. I mean, let's face it too. Buy a lunch or something. It's kind of cool. Show the love. Appreciate that. Let's look around too more broadly. I'd stay away from Tesla for now, showing some support in that area coming into earnings. There's plenty of other options. Let's Amazon could be an opportunity to buy Amazon, but it won't. It's already had a beautiful run up, so I'll stay away from that for now. I do think though, longer term, Amazon's going to be like a 250, 260 stock pretty easily. The valuation supports it for sure. ServiceNow reports also tonight. Look at this thing. Guys, $1,100 stock. Oh, yikes. Rule number one, guys, what is it? Pay yourself first, right? So we do that here. We did that here. Look at this. So I don't mind the bounce now. Now it depends on how quick or how your risk tolerance. Everybody's a little bit different. But like, you know, if you're sitting on 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 shares and you pull off 1,200 shares, you still got 1,800 moving. You know, that still makes for a good day. I mean, heck, it's all relative, right? It could be 100, 200, 10, 20, 30, whatever it is. So let's see. Meta's been teasing me all day, and I went for it, and just kind of a nothing burger for me. So I'm going to stay away from that. Here's an ugly chart. Watch this. Look at this. Straight up. So we had runners from here, added here, took a bunch off here, took a little bit more here because I wasn't sure if we're going to break out, and then this happened. And I put a 4-point stop on this. Pretty crazy to get taken out of a position with a 4-point stop. Meanwhile, Microsoft looking like it's trying to push higher, but the Qs are now making a decision to flush, and so is the IWM. So here's the good news. We took a partial right down here. Now we break this low. Technically, I could add again. Technically, I won't, but I could. So we're there now. If we see that break, watch how fast it goes to that white line. It should be instant. Just boop. Here comes coin. 275, baby. 3, 2, 1. BLDR. Don't know what that is. Ooh, gross. Yeah. Good call out. Yeah. So that, I would say, remember we mentioned earlier, if there's a rate cut, multiple, like I would argue, probably BX is tanking too. Yep, BX. We could short BX actually right now if we wanted to. Everything tied to interest rates, guys. Everything now is higher for longer. All of small cap, all of it. So, I mean, let's look at Snowflake. In fact, I might short Snowflake right now. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even have to look at the chart. I just know that it's going down probably, right? I get it. The indices are aiming lower, etc. Fine. But immediately you have to understand, like, who is in this group? Who's in IWM? Now we can go find those names and hunt them down because they're not going to go up unless they're coming into earnings, which the only ones that we know of tonight, and they're not small cap, they're large cap, are the big Mag 7 names. So here comes coin. 275 will be my next target to cover a little bit. IWM, look at this beautiful move. We just broke a new session low. It's coming. I'm telling you, it's coming to this white line. Cue the disclaimer. Let's see. What else? Datadog probably. Yeah. Well, it was already aiming lower anyway. Guys, this coin break is going to be brilliant. Watch this. Watch this. 265 is a possibility now. You know what? I'm not going to take any off until I see. Well, I suppose I will take 275. Still got 2 points left to get my partial. And then, so the reason I mentioned that too, is home builders. So probably Toll Brothers. Yeah, look at Toll Brothers tanking. Home Depot probably. Look at that. In fact, let's short Home Depot. Shoot. That sucks. Let's go. Okay. Toll Brothers, PLDR is crashing. Real estate in general. Yeah, I'm telling you, like BX, actually, I'm very interested in. These guys are in big trouble. So, actually, I don't know if you guys remember, what was it, in Davos? So one of the guys in the panel is the CEO of this company. And he was the one asking Trump about interest rates, et cetera, et cetera. But their trouble is they have a ton of debt that needs to be refinanced on their assets. So that's going to be an interesting thing to see how they go about refinancing that debt. So that, be on the lookout for that. You'll hear about like private lending capital or shared capital. They're going to come up with some fancy name for it, I'm sure. But basically bridging, it's like bridge financing. So like if you can't get a good rate, let's say on a $300 million book of real estate, you can go to like private folks to get that money. You're going to pay a little bit of a higher rate, but it'll be a short term, you know, basically you're trying to buy time to get a better rate down the road. Because you got to remember, a lot of these guys, they did probably like interest only deals, you know, 5-year, 7-year interest only deals back when COVID happened because rates were cheap. Uh-oh. LMT. LMT is going to get some love. Okay. There's talk of freeing up some of those government funds. There's that 460 level. So here's your undercut, right? Figured that would happen. We shorted it yesterday, if you guys remember. 460, I know, is a big level for LMT. I might just nibble a few shares of this, like small share size. How much are, let's see, 472. What? How much are the $470 call options that expire at the end of February? Let's look. FI, what's FI? Fiserv, yeah, look at that. Whoa. You see that optimism in rates, and then, oh, just kidding. Bloop. So probably UPST is another one. I mean, all the banks. Like, so we saw the run up today in the optimism, and then pull back when they started talking about weird stuff in the budgets for the government, etc. And then I think the fear started kicking in around unchanged rates. But here's the crazy thing. You ready for it? I'm gonna get rid of Meta. Get rid of that. There we go. Look at this. EST, CEG, SMR, energy names. Doing okay. What's NNE looking like? Okay. Look at that. Sell off yesterday, complete buyout, now just breakout. And then selling into like, what a mess. What a mess. UNH, straight down. Elevance, straight down. Yeah, these guys, these are the ones to watch too. I think they're going to have way more headwinds, ELV and UNH. So I'm going to say UNH. But first, let's look at LMT. I'm going to go to my options. Good old trusty options. 480 calls. Feb 21. How much are these? $2.40. Let's see if I can get a midpoint in here. Grab 10 of them. Yep, there we go. That works. That works. Awesome. So we bought them at $2.30, $2,300 for LMT to make a move to there. So 5% move-ish, 4.5% move. Let's see if we get it. Fingers crossed. The nice thing is I have time now. So like it doesn't have to do it now. It doesn't have to do it tomorrow. UNH though, I do want to short the heck out of this thing. What if I market order this thing? Let's do a small size. All right. There we go. 42. 534.42. UNH. 534.32. There we go. This would be a, more of like a swing trade. More than likely. Guys, almost the entire market is red right now. Almost every sector. There's a couple exceptions. Coca-Cola, green. GE, green. You gotta love that. I think I'm gonna probably hang on to this UNH short for I don't know, a while. I mean, the tough thing is like they had why do I always forget his name? The new head of our healthcare stuff, Kennedy. He could literally say something and then spike it, right? So that could happen, but I don't know. I think long term there's gonna be less legislation and regulation for financial deals to happen, so helping banks, and more regulation for healthcare companies. That's what at least what we're seeing so far. And again, it's wild that it could change like tomorrow, but that's what we're seeing. So LMT, we'll leave that one for a while. Coinbase looking great. IWM, I don't mind. We already took our partial, so we'll see if that works out the way we plan it to. And the SPY is about to break any second. Watch the SPY. Let me put it up here for you guys. SPY, boom. You ready for it? Watch this. I'm going to call it to right there. I will mark it right there. That's where my target is on SPY. So like the other thing too, right now you've got Trump who's freezing specific funds, right? 1.7 billion in payments to foreign organizations, right? Not to mention all the stuff that they were trying to not fund that had already earmarked dollars from Congress. So again, there's a lot of really, a lot of new uncertainty coming out. And now that rates are unchanged, you have yet even more uncertainty. Like what's Carvana doing? Maybe we short Carvana. Guys, I'm going to leave UNH for a while. I'll probably give it because it's a longer term trade. I'll give it till probably 544. So I'll put an alert there to make sure I get stopped out around there. What was it that I was looking at? Let's see. Carvana. Wah, wah. No, I don't think so. I think it's a bounce just to, see if there's a turnaround. I mean, then again, we are seeing the SPY slow down a bit. We're seeing the Qs bounce off of a level for 517.5. So anything's possible, but okay, the press conference is starting. Yeah, I mean that's what. Well, part of the reason though too is I want to get paid on the move because like right now that he's gonna have this conference, he might turn around and say like, oh, don't worry guys, we'll cut rates in a month. Significant progress towards goals. Thanks, Jerome. All right, I'm gonna take some off of IWM and the SPY put options just in case it's gonna get wild here as Jerome Powell starts speaking. What's crude looking like? I'm gonna take some off coin as well. Can always add more later. What's US oil doing? Okay, that's fine. Well, if you're trying to get bullish, now would be the time. Look at Microsoft now taking off, turning around. 2024. Okay, 2024 GDP has risen above 2%. Okay, so now look at the bulls looking for the excuse. Okay, that's why we're taking partials on the downside. Labor market is cooled from overheated state. Okay, now he's speaking somewhat optimism. Unemployment rate stabilized. Labor market conditions are solid. I don't agree with that, but that's okay. It doesn't matter what do I know, right? What do I know? Balance in labor markets. Again, I think this is the big, like interest rates are kind of, I think, whatever, but labor markets matter. It's not a source of inflationary pressure. What are you talking about? Okay. All right. IWM. That's what we pay ourselves. Total PCE rose 2.6 in the 12 months to December. Wow. Really? Guys, we might actually turn this market around right now. Those are some good numbers. Attentive to risks on both sides of the mandate. There we go. That's why I just been patient. We already paid ourselves, so let's see. They're talking about dual mandates around inflation goals and labor. Don't need to be in a hurry to adjust policy rates. Right. We lowered our policy in the last 3 meetings by a full percentage point. Next candle is our direction, guys. I think. We're not on a preset course. Okay. Fed doesn't need to be in a hurry to adjust policy. We'll adjust policy stance to adjust these goals. Okay. I don't know, guys. I don't think bulls want to give up just yet until they see those. All I'm telling you is if one of these big Mag 7 names miss, it's going to be a problem. We're on thin ice in it. Okay, keep an eye on the cues. Okay. Down is the move. Down is the move. I'm going to add to my put options on the SPY. I took some off. I'm going to add a couple more. I'm not going to go full size like I had before, but I'm expecting to see this break now. Open to new ideas and critical feedback. Late summer. Okay, there's a time frame. Yeah, but so they're talking about, keeping the same objective, 2% inflation, maximum employment. That's the plan. It will be retained after policy review, which again is like a Hail Mary. I don't know if I agree with it. Let's see how the market digests that information, but it's not, I don't know. No comment on what the president said about dropping rates immediately globally. Ooh. Okay, that's interesting. Haven't had contact with the president. Man, this is so tricky. They're playing some real games here, guys. I'm going to dump my positions to the downside in a moment. Let's go long potentially because this is algos now. Wait for it. Watching this 200. We get above that 200, I dump all my short positions and we go long. The importance of that yellow line. Okay, trying to be patient here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Looks like an upside move is coming. I'm watching names like NVIDIA that have been beaten down big time. So let's see what happens. Again, I'm watching. Look at this yellow line. You see that? The importance of this yellow line. Literally, it's like a spark plug. Just pushing the either, stocks go above it, it should rip. If we continue to get resistance here, I'm going to keep the short positions, but this doesn't look good for my short positions. If anything, I want to get out of it and go long. We'll see. Okay. So that's why we take partials, guys. So I'm going to dump this here in just a minute. We're out of IWM. We're out of coin. And now we're going to go long NVIDIA here at 121.90. NVDA 121.90. Long. Takes a while to do this, guys. Sorry. There we go. Bingo. Look at that. So we're out of all of our short positions. Now we're going to switch gears and go long. And I'm actually going to buy options on NVIDIA too that expire this week. Let's do the 122 call options. They're $4. What? That's so expensive. What do the 123s cost? $350, $305. No, I'm better off grabbing them here at the money. We'll wait. Okay, look at coin now. Boom. That's why I get out of the way. Look at that. All right, guys, let's grab some call options here on NVIDIA. We'll do, I don't know, 20 to start. Okay, we're in. And those are literally for Friday's expiration. So literally a nothing to report news, and we're ripping. So it goes to show you there is so much optimism built into this market right now that if we miss on any of the Mag 7, it's game over, guys. So let's see, who are we all reporting this week or tonight? Where are you? That's not it. There it is. Guys, look at coin now ripping. Wow. Okay. So Tesla, Meta, Microsoft tonight. Obviously ServiceNow, Wolfspeed, a few other big ones, and then Apple's tomorrow. These are dangerous games now that they're playing. Truly. You get a sell-off from investors that are afraid of it. Then you get, folks like myself that are shorting into that weakness. And then they go, hey, this means nothing's changed and we'll find out what happens at the next, let's talk about the summer. Cool. Let's buy everything because we have big earnings coming out. And then you see all the shorts just get squeezed in 5 minutes. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Qs try the close, overshoot just a little bit, and then we dump below the lows. It's very, very, kind of sketchy. All right, here we go. NVDA, let's add 2x share size. Let's go. I want to see a push over 1, 2, 3.5. My stop will be literally 30 cents below my entry. Which, I mean, it could happen right now. Who knows? Guys, are you seeing what happened with coin? Dip? That was a break, like literally a failed breakdown. Okay, now Powell's talking about looking at data to guide him, which means you're looking in the rearview mirror. Fine. The economy's in quite a good place as well. Okay, 2x NVIDIA. Let's go. Wow. Wow. Is this the moment to get bearish? What a bunch of... Look at Coinbase. Ripping. Let's get rid of that. I'll go here. Wow. I think this has something to do with MSTR. I think they actually might have got their money after all. Which forces them to buy more crypto. All right, NVIDIA, come on. Man, I really hope I'm not getting sick. Sorry, guys, I'm coughing in your ear. Guys, look at the Qs now. Like the Qs are going to explode. Put it up here. Like a pressure cooker just waiting to boom, explode. Here comes NVIDIA. Let's go. I'd like to see 123.5 or more. It'd be awesome. But that's a perfect, look at this. Look at this like nice bull flag forming. The subtle undercut right above the 200. You guys see that? Hold it. We should take off. However, we just tagged the close and we reject it on the Qs. You see that? There's a close up there. But we should break out. What I'm worried about is they're giving you the perfect setup, and then if it rejects that, I'm not playing. I'll just get out. Look at coin though. Oh man. Glad we got out of the way of that thing. That could have been a disaster. All right, NVIDIA, come on. Don't do that. It's time to go. What's that at? 124.94? Nah. Boo. Boo. All right. I will take a partial on NVIDIA. It's more of a trim. It's technically a partial, but I'm going to take some off here. I've got options as well. So gross. So basically just reducing my share size. Like, how are we moving higher when words out of his mouth say forecasts are highly uncertain? Currently some elevated uncertainty because of significant policy shifts. Oh, great. Market moves higher. What? I'm still super bearish, guys, based on that. Unchanged. I'm going to try shorting coin again. 286. Let's do it. Yeah, I'll put it out there. If we get filled, great. 286. Yes. There we go. Now we're in coin short 286. So we want this to go down, and we want this to go up. I'm going to move my stop loss up a little bit to right here on NVDA. Okay, look at this. What is going on here? Huh. Oops. All right, guys, what do you think? What are we watching here? It's a low hiring environment. He literally just said those words. And markets are inching higher. What? All right, if we don't see NVIDIA break out right now, I'm going to trim even more. No, coin, no. I don't trust this move at all. I mean, we're participating in it, so that's good. All right, come on, NVIDIA, let's go. Getting ready for a trim here on NVIDIA. Thank you. That'll work. Not the biggest trade ever, but it's fine. Ah, coin. Boo. Yeah, I don't like this one. Wow. Hmm. Still in that coin trade, guys. We get under 26. I'm gonna nail it again. I do not trust this move. Hence why I trimmed up my Nvidia position. Good news is we have, options we can leverage if we do continue to move higher. But if we don't, I'll dump everything and make sure that we are short. Like, this overreaction is, I can't justify it, but I get it. Like, I don't have trillions of dollars to move around markets. So I'm just trying to participate where I think key levels are on coin. For example, 287 to 286 I know is a big one. That 285 big psychological level, so it becomes kind of like an area of interest for me, right? Like right in here to short. So seeing an overshoot, some rejection, watching the level 2 and order flow, like I feel okay about it, but I need to see a break under 285 like really soon. Sorry, still listening. Are you anybody else listening to Powell? Low hiring environment and labor market. Immigration has decreased very significantly, slowdown likely to continue. Consider the NGFS network for greening the financial system withdrawal link. Uh-oh. 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 Our policies have a meaningful effect, keeping inflation in control. Yeah, if you go on YouTube, it's actually up in this top right corner of my screen share. Charlie, so you wouldn't know where to catch it. It's probably on TV as well. Not in a hurry to make further adjustments. Okay. Can we ask some real questions, please? Yeah, Charlie. Yep. Still don't trust it. You know what? I might do this. Let's see. Coin. Where's that? 285. Jesus, those are expensive. $600. I'll just buy the stock. Well, maybe not. Maybe I won't use options on coin. Caterpillar. Oops. Okay, now or never coin. Now or never. What's Baba doing? Well, what do y'all think? You could argue Qs are trying to put together a bull flag. If that bull flag fails, though, we got a big problem. Here comes coin. Ta-da! Let's hit it. Right. No, there we go. Add a little to the coin. Now I'm going to wait till we see close at 281. This right here is where I expect to see the Qs by the end of the day. Unless by some miracle Jerome Powell says something extraordinary. Microsoft looking like it wants to break out over 445 here before earnings. I feel like I could flip a coin right now. Get it? Coin. Yeah, I want to see it like 281, like basically close. See, I don't know if you can see this little faint line there. That's yesterday's close. It's like 281.80, something around there. That'd be my first partial, but I really want to see it break the low of like through that. Like this right here should have broke. Like technically, but obviously there's news happening right now. So literally people got optimistic and pushed it higher, but what a powerful move, right? Like this is the challenge of being able to see order flow and buy, sell imbalances. If most retail traders don't have access to that kind of data, you kind of need to be a bigger entity. But like when you see a bunch of short positions load up across the board, especially like on the Qs, on coin, on fill in the blank, heck, some of the trades we were taking, for them, they could just buy that liquidity, force you to cover, and then build momentum for people to buy into the move, like what you're seeing. Microsoft has legitimate Momo because they're coming into earnings. I'd argue Meta probably looks the same. I don't even know. Yeah, same thing. So like all the people that tried to short right here are now probably out of their position because it went from 670 to 677 in 2 minutes. You just have to. Today's a tricky day. You got to be patient. You got to take partials, take smaller sizing. I mean, look at AMD. Look at this. How gross is that? Are you kidding me? I mean, you're above the 200, right? Which is except for right here. But like, think about it. I mean, you went up $1.50 and then flushed it. It's brutal. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. Now watch. Remember how important that yellow line is? If we bounce and stay above it, I'm going to go long everything. If we break below this thing, I might add to all like short positions. Coin, again, let's see at least 282 before I take a partial. Interesting. Don't need to wait for 2% inflation to cut rates. Price increases from tariffs can show up. Most recent data suggests reserves are still abundant on balance sheet. Reserves are still. We intend to reduce balance sheet size, closely monitoring signals on reserves. Don't we have? Did money supply came out yesterday? I think, didn't it? I could have swore it was yesterday. Like after the close. Got it, 284, right on. This is kind of like spooky. Interesting question. Trade policy uncertainty can start to matter, but not something you're seeing today because of tariffs. More and more and more uncertainty. Watch. Bulls are going to buy this nonsense. Mm-mm. I think I'm going to start investing my money in China, Japan, Starbucks ripping, I guess. If this thrust right here gets taken out on the Qs, I'm telling you, we'll tumble pretty far. Which is why, again, Bulls are in full control. Make no mistake. But like we should have, like if this thrust candle right here gets taken out, it's over. We go straight down. So we're a ways away from that, and people know that. That's why, like literally, we saw it here. We saw that first initial attempt, second attempt, and it pierced through. Like this is a very, very bullish setup right here. So if it fails, it's like a stick of dynamite. All right, let's see what the Qs look like right quick. Stop loss would be under here, 1975. If there's a spike in layoffs, we'd see unemployment go up quickly. Oh, no way, really? If people are laid off, they're unemployed, and really? Oh, that's a brilliant remark. Overall, this is a good labor market. Lower income is having trouble with higher prices. 4.1% unemployment. Ooh. DeepSeek is available on Azure, Microsoft. Time to go long Microsoft, y'all. 445.10. Let's go. I'm in. 445.10. They just made that announcement right now. DeepSeek is now available on Azure. I'm going to probably close out coin here in a moment. You know what, guys? I'm getting tired of the little games they're playing. It's too choppy. There's no definitive move. I'm getting a little bit, I don't say frustrated. I'm just getting almost agitated with behaviorally what's happening. Oh, man. Microsoft, come on. They make an announcement right before earnings. Apple breaking out now. He just said we have a very good economy right now. Look what markets did. Dumped immediately. Oh my God, Microsoft. That's so gross. Hey, look, here's a breakout, and we have news right there at the top, right before earnings. DVG, are you interested? Yeah, sure. We should break out here. And it fails. What a joke. All right. I will dump the Microsoft position because we're going into earnings. I don't want that kind of risk. I'm going to hang on to this short in coin. I'll put my stop just above 288. I don't trust the move. I still have a couple of these put options left on the SPY. We're seeing this pattern again right here. Right here. If we break this level right there on the Qs, expect a huge downside move. Cue the disclaimer. I've got NVIDIA long, Microsoft long. Microsoft, I'm going to probably just get out of the way here in a bit. Excuse me. I would say not my greatest trading day. I get to journal about this later on today. And it's just that it's sloppy. Today is very sloppy. And what I'm most concerned about is the other day when we had markets plummet. Was that on Monday? There was a lot of technical damage done to the markets. Like, look at these charts. Like, they're not normal. These are not normal charts. Certain levels got broken. They got snapped. They got, I mean, it's really. Yeah, exactly. Because, and it's smart. It's okay. It's good to watch the markets and figure out. You don't have to always participate, right? But all right. I'm kind of losing my patience. I don't mind taking this small L on like the long positions. The good news is, like, I still have these put options on the SPY. Thank goodness for those, because we had a couple good trades. We had a couple losing trades, even with like the runners. So like we had a winning trade on IWM on coin, and then the runners moved against, got stopped out. So it was almost, I don't want to say a break even trade, but close. But the put options I had on the SPY, once we broke into that 600 momentarily, I took a big chunk off. That, my friends, helped keep me green for the day. Everything else, though, these trades have been just a disaster to see any follow through, etc. So I'll keep the coin short. I actually think there's going to be a big, excuse me, shakeup in crypto very soon. Here comes the break, guys. Watch the cues, top left corner. We break that level that I marked right there. That basically cancels out that thrust bar on a massive bull flag like that. That means it's a failed breakout, which means we will break down, and we will break down sharply. Here it comes. Guys, we're making money now. Let's go. Dump that Microsoft position. No, thank you. Notice, did you see that? Did you see how it just literally landed right on it? Did you see that? Boom. Candle hit it perfectly. If I'm seeing it, so are the bulls. And this is kind of why, like, I don't know, I take a lot of pride in charting abilities and stuff, but if I'm seeing that level, so are the bulls, and they're going to protect it because they want to remain in control. Now, the bears see it, and they know if we break that level, down we go. So what happens here? Question mark, question mark. We will find out. For banks engaging in crypto, the risk is a bit higher, okay? I want to take action to eliminate perfectly legal customers for banks. Interesting. Hey, look at this level 2 on Tesla. You got 385.42. Undercut slightly. Held it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times today. I'm out of this Microsoft nonsense. Uh-oh, there it is. It'd be great to have better regulatory visibility or control on cryptos. You don't want to hear that from a government, folks. That is not bullish. That is not bullish. Maybe the retail traders are going to go bonkers because he mentioned crypto, but you do not want regulators involved in your blockchain. That's the whole point of blockchain, is to keep it immutable, to keep it a distributed ledger. So there's not one owner, one person that has authority over all of it. I'm going to keep this coin position, guys. Look, unfortunately, like, we're going to probably see a move here in a moment. 288 stop on coin, just over it. I'll put 288.10. If we're wrong there, we're wrong there. This is what it is. I'll keep the put options on the SPY. They expire on Friday. I got rid of a big chunk of them, so let's see what happens there. On there's 603 strikes anyway. What level is that, DBG? What are you talking about? This on the Qs? For me, it's like, just look at the price action, right? So you have two thrusts in this level, big ones here, right, where you broke down and then tried to get back through and you couldn't, and then you pushed. So there's your thrust. Came back support, you broke, tried once, and then you pierced here. So here's your piercing thrust bar right there. So for me, I'm watching, you could argue it's kind of, you could top or bottom of these tails, whichever one you want to pick. But fundamentally, like, for me, it's just visual. Like, when I zoom out, it's pretty clear where that level is. Notice here kind of support, notice here kind of bounced. But for me, I kind of marked it as a level because of this area is where that thrust bar came in. And if you notice, if we broke that, we would go straight down. Guys, we just got stopped out of coin. We would have broken down big, like, for sure, 100%. We would, because this is a very, very bullish setup. You have bearish, bullish, engulf, bearish, bullish, engulf, then a piercing pattern, aka you move higher. But this initial right here, this should have failed. And if that failed, the downside would have been pretty extensive. So it would be at least, let's see where that is. So there's 0.5%. So from here, you'd expect double that. So call it 1%, which would put you right around there. If this breakout failed. Now, obviously, that's not guaranteed. It's part of technical analysis is just understanding, like, this type of pattern failing would double the height of the move of the pierce. Does that make sense? So you've got your bull flag. You'd measure from where the pierce happened to the top and then double it. So in this case, it's 0.5%. So it'd be 1% move to the downside from that point. If that's to fail. And if that was filled, like, let's say that 1% filled, well, then you have momentum, and then you'd start looking left for other levels. But here's kind of another, I wouldn't call this a bear flag per se, but again, here's an issue right here. So you were trying to undercut, showed support there. There's your pierce, right? And now you hold that support. Well, if that failed, you would turn literally right back to where this level is. Anyway, actually, I'm in the process of writing a book on just understanding candle patterns. So I was going to do one for candle patterns and then another one for like understanding market patterns. Sending triangles and stuff like that, diamonds, whatever. I just don't know if I could ever get it published. So I might just do it as a hobby. And if I get it published, that'd be kind of cool. Well, look, markets are moving higher. I'm going to dump the SPY options here in a moment. the put options. Things look bullish. I don't trust it per se today. We managed to eke out a green day, but barely. It's not a day I'm really that proud of. In fact, when I do my journal, I'm going to probably beat myself up a little bit. Frankly, for silly moves like this in coin. Like, this is completely unwarranted. But we're seeing it move in Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin's up to 104K. Like, I'm just watching this, waiting now for my chance to short this. And I could be wrong. That's okay. But having a regulator say, hey, we need more regulation around crypto, that is like a huge red flag. So I wouldn't be surprised if after hours we see this, maybe get a last euphoric push higher, get all the retail people excited, and then they just dump it. So I don't know. That doesn't give me the excuse me, the warm and fuzzies when it comes to crypto. So look, I know it wasn't the greatest session. Obviously rates unchanged. Basically means more of the same. And for some reason, markets like it because Powell said that, labor market looks okay and they're keeping inflation in control. But he used the word uncertain probably 50 times. I'm curious to get a counter actually and just figure out how many times he said the word uncertain. And markets don't like uncertainty, based on empirical data here. So anyway, if you are long, don't forget, pay yourself first. Right? Rule number 1. NVIDIA looking good. Excuse me. Guys, I really hope I'm not getting sick, but it's going to do it for me. 30 more minutes before the market closes. Looks like, again, strong push to the upside. No need to fight the tape. I'm not doing that. With that, we'll see you guys tomorrow at the open. Cheers. God bless.